YouTube is being mean to me lately. Every time I say that I want to schedule a live, or schedule to go live later, it says, all right, well, we're going to start your live right now. So here I am on the live, even though I was intending for it to be scheduled for later. So I am not quite ready, but you know, we'll get things going anyway here. Let's see here. This is the Firepit bench that I want to get sanded. And let me connect the microphone so it sounds better here. Oh. All right, hopefully the audio is a little bit better now. We'll see. All right. So, all right. Let me adjust this again. And we'll do it like this. There we go. And I'll turn on the laptop and the lights. And I'm gonna roll the router table around a little bit this way. So give a view like that, give or take. All right. Just trying to get all set up. You can tell me in the chat if the audio is working okay. I've got the microphone on, I think, but I haven't used this microphone for a while, so let me know if you can hear me okay. If, of course, you might not want to hear a little bit once I get the sander going. It can be a little loud. And all right, so I'm just going to try to get the laptop in the right place so that I can monitor chat. And then we can get going on the project. So there we go. All right, hey, thanks for being here, dude. All sounds and looks great. The video. Hey, even when I'm in the shot. All right, so I'm going to use random orbital, and okay, that's actually 80 grit. So let's start with that. I just emptied. Well, let me tell you why I emptied the canister there. I've got lots of little divots and stuff in the workpiece here. I actually made this quite a while ago, over a year ago. And yeah, so you can see all these little chunks because I made this from a log that was just on our property by the fire pit when we first moved into the house like 3+ years ago. So I made this probably a year and a half ago or so. I thought the best way to fill in all of these voids would be epoxy. Actually, no, I filled in with some, just some commercial wood filler. And so there's residual wood filler here first, here as well. And anyway, after I kind of stuck the wood filler on, then I put epoxy over the top. And then after that, I put down polyurethane. The epoxy people told me that it wouldn't last. I didn't listen because I figured with the polyurethane that would protect it from the UV rays that they said was the main issue that it would have. And I should have listened, because even with the poly on there, it really didn't last in the sun and weather and everything. So you can tell that there's no epoxy layer on this now. You may be able to tell on the side that there's still an epoxy layer. And if you look closely, you can see that I've routed this off. So you can kind of see the marks left from when I used my router sled. And so now I need to sand it. And I'm thinking, instead of using wood filler, that I want to use my own proprietary wood filler blend of sawdust and glue. And I want to use sawdust from this so that it matches as close as possible. And so I just emptied out the canister on my cyclone separator with my shop vac. And so pretty much everything that's going to be in there is going to be from this project. So then I'll be able to salvage the sawdust from this, mix it with some glue, fill in all of these voids, and then probably give it another little sand. And then for finishing it, I've talked with some people that say that a penetrating oil is probably going to be the best option. So that is my plan, is to use a penetrating oil. Probably going to have to sand a fair amount to get enough to use for these voids, and also just to clear up all of these little router marks. But let's go. It's going to be so much fun. Let's see. Stock investor. Sprechen Deutsch? No, I'm sorry. I do not. Do not sprechen Deutsch. Hablo español. I speak English. Parle un poco de francés. And German, not so much. Sorry. Let's see. All right, so I'm going to connect my shop vac cyclone separator, and I might need to get an extension cord here too, if this doesn't reach far enough. Let's see if that's going to give me enough. Yeah, it will if I scoot this back a little. All right. That should give me plenty of space. So let me adjust your view. You're a little bit closer. And all right, I'm going to get on some eye and ear protection. It wouldn't be a bad idea for me to use breathing protection too, but with the Cubitron paper and my shop vac setup, it tends to do pretty well, so I'm not too worried about the breathing problem. But here we go. Turning on the shop vac and the sander, and we'll go until this paper needs to be changed. Let me know where you're watching from and what language you speak, if it's Deutsch, or Espanol, or Francais, or English. I was just thinking maybe I should try using my one of my planes here. I wonder how well this would work. Oh, I need to move that over so that it's secure on the side there. And I think I'll lock this down, and I'm actually going to scoot it over so that the wheels are in the rut. And let me move the fence out of the way a bit. And I'm going to make it so the camera is not in my way. And let's see if I can reach the locks. There we go. Lock that one, lock that one. Lock that, lock that. All right. So the brakes are locked. Okay. Just got some cardboard under here to try and protect my router table. And all right, that's probably good enough. And then the bottom of this is not flat, so I've just got a wedge in there to try and make it all right. Let's see if that works. Make a beautiful table. Yeah, good. And this was just a log that I had on the property. I'm actually going to take off my ear protection because kind of squeezes my head a little bit. I'm not a big fan. So, all right. So let's see. I am not a planing expert, So any of you who are, feel free to jump in the chat and give me some pointers. So I have it set to take off very little right now. Right in here, it's hitting, got a little bit of a ledge there. So I figure if I come at that ledge at an angle, might smooth it out enough for me to start coming at it. So here's not getting very, very long strands right now, but I'm also not going down very deep. All right, I'm going to move this a tiny bit here. All right. Anyone know what kind of wood this is? Like I said earlier, it was just on my property when I bought it a few years ago as a log. So I just cut the log in slabs and made benches out of them. So I've got 4 of them. This is the biggest one. I need to do this with the other 3 as well. I also need to adjust the legs on 2 of them because I was really stupid with how I made those. So I feel like this is getting better, but pretty slowly. Not sure if this is any better than just using the sander. So, oh hey, look at all the chat that I've been missing out on here. Don't use one, watch them being used, come across edge to edge at an angle, yeah. Ich soll mein Englisch ich hab Schweigendes verstehen. Okay, not sure what that means. Ich soll my English. I'm guessing you're saying your English. Something is something and something. Sorry. There you go. All right. Joshua says hello multiple times. Thanks, Joshua. Most mark or scribble with the pencils, they can see where they've cut. Okay. Might try that. Hey, June, how you doing? Good to have you here. Also use something called winding sticks. Oh yeah, I've seen winding sticks in use before. So looks like blue pine. It could be. Yeah, let me give you an up close look. My guess, based on the fact that there was a birch tree, a river birch that was, well, whoever built the house put 2 trees right up next to the house in front, and maybe not realizing that they were going to both grow to be pretty big trees, and they shouldn't be within, a foot or two of the house. So one of them, the remaining one, is a river birch, and I was guessing that this log, the log that this came from that tree, which I assumed was also a river birch, because the builder probably put a pair of trees there rather than 2 different trees, but who knows. So I was thinking maybe this was river birch, but I have no idea if this looks like river birch or anything. So not at all based on, my guess was not at all based on what the wood looks like, more just the circumstances of why there's a log in the backyard by the fire pit. So hard work, not that hard. Let's see. I'm going to share image. Yeah, you've lost me, stock investor. Not sure at all what you're saying. Sorry, man. Wish we had someone to translate, because I like for our international people to join us, but I like to be able to know what you're saying. Go. Come on. Yeah, I'd like for this to be better. So let me do this. Probably right. Not real good with some woods. Yeah, nice piece of wood. Yeah, I mean, when I first poured the epoxy on here, the way the colors popped, I was like, "Oh, this is incredible!" Right? And it was just a clear epoxy, right? And but it just looked amazing. And then it started fading as the weather got to it, and then it looked not nearly as amazing. Plus, it was still somewhat wet, even though who knows how long it had been drying out in the yard. And so I had sap coming up through a couple different spots. I think at least one spot on here. It might have been, I think it was over here by the knot there, but Then I have one of the other 4 also had sap coming up through the top, sap leaking out through the bottom. In fact, might be able to see that still. I don't remember if oh, yeah, I cleaned this off. When I first made it, I didn't really worry about the bottom because, who cares? But when I brought it in here, I think I just used a flap disc sander on my angle grinder to kind of clean this up a bit and get rid of the sap and everything that was on there. So you kind of see on the edge here, you've got the epoxy. And then the legs are still have the polyurethane that I sprayed, actually, I'm pretty sure. So went for the rustic look because I knew I wasn't going to get the fine woodworking look. But all right, so let me do some adjusting here. I'm going to try to use that lip in the floor between the concrete slabs. Right now I have the wheels in there, but I'm going to try to put the other wheels in there. Hopefully that will prevent them from dragging so much. But or tipping the router table cart over as much. So we'll see. Doing this without disengaging the brakes. So, all right. Try to get it back in the rut there. There we go. All right. And get some of the cables out of the way. All right. And bring this guy back over. He is kind of heavy. So and then put my wedge back in there. Trying to have a nice solid there we go. All right. See if we can get back to some planing here. I think at some point I'm going to need to start going from the opposite direction because I've got all these ridge lines from using the router plane. I don't know how well they're coming through on camera, but let's see. Can you see all the different ridges there from the router? My router plane or router sled is not quite perfect enough. So anyway, all right. Let's hopefully that doesn't endanger position. There we go. Well, in a few bigger curls there, but let's see if I can hopefully lock this in a little better. All right. Yeah, right in here is kind of a significant ridge. Right there is kind of a significant ridge. I think maybe I need to put a bunch of weight on the bottom of this cabinet that I've repurposed as a router table. If you're interested to see how I did that, repurposed the cabinet into a router table, you can check out the video on the channel about that. And I've just got this cardboard down to protect the table. All the people who regularly use hand planes are probably cringing at seeing how I'm working this. Feeling like I should have this on something that doesn't have wheels. It's a little bit more stable, like the workbench. But let's see. Du wohnst in America? I am in the United States, if that's your question. Hello, aus Deutschland. Hello from Germany, I'm assuming. Donna Rivers says hello. Hello, Donna. Thanks for being here. Ich habe New York schon ein paar Mal besucht. I'm guessing you're saying you've been to New York. I actually have not been to New York. Arctic Fox, thanks for being here. Go get over it, yeah. Ich kann mein Uncle 19. I'm guessing you're saying that you visited when you were 19, but I could be wrong. All right. So like right in here is feeling really nice. I'm just thinking of how I can reposition this so that it's more stable, not moving around as much. But also so that I don't have to bend over so much. If I just have it on the ground, my back is going to be aching from doing that. But up here, I'm getting really tired of it rocking and moving and everything because my brakes just don't engage enough. I think here, there's something else I could do. Something else I could put it on that would actually be stable. I could try putting it at an angle on the workbench over the corner, but I don't think that would work particularly well. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it. By the way, I do think they would cringe. Yeah, I feel you. I understand, Lawrence. I understand completely. So, all right. All right, I'm going to lower the blade a little more. Yeah. Yeah, lowering the blade, I think, is just making it so I've got more movement on this guy. I'm getting some nice shavings with it, though. Yeah, I think cardboard is maybe not the best thing to have under there to protect the router table. Let's see. I feel like I just took a chunk out there. Okay. Well, I'm not sure how much better this is going to get with the hand plane. I feel like over here in particular, I might just take out a bunch of chunks. So the nice thing about this is that I've got some bigger material than just sawdust for my glue mixture, my filler. But I think I'm getting close to as far as I want to bother going with the hand plane. So I'm much more of a power tool guy than a hand tool guy. Don't have the patience for most hand tools. Sometimes a hand tool can get the job done faster than the power tool can. But I feel like I've got these ridges a little bit better than what they were. And let me come at it from the other direction. So you can see the lathe in the background there that I haven't really used yet. Let's see, need clamps to hold it. You know, that's not a bad idea. Let me see. Let me think of how I could clamp it. If I move it over here, I could possibly clamp it to the edge of the router table there. Let me see here. Let's see if this will work. See, I knew I had you all on here for some reason. Okay. That's doing something. I'm not sure I can get any other. So just got a little clamp right there, clamping the leg against the side. Because my cabinet here is not covered with the router table. So that might work a little better. We'll see. All right. Oh, going the opposite direction. That definitely wants to tip. So let me scoot this guy back so that my back wheels are on the lip again. All right. We'll see. Don't have a lot of faith in that, but we will see. I had to replace battery NCH batteries. Usually we'll use mostly cord. Okay. Savings worth the sacrifice. What kind of wood? We're not sure. It could be birch. It could be blue pine. It could be who knows what. Your guess is as good as mine. And new batteries, how often do you have to replace? Yeah, I think it could be river birch, but I could be wrong. Let's see, good night. I'm assuming that means good night, and if so, good night, good night, stock investor. Battery powered Dremel. Also, batteries cost more than the tool. Yeah. Batteries cost 50% of the tool. Corded. Also has mower power. I have too few clamps. Yeah. Two. Battery power tool is 39, and the battery is 69. Okay. To buy the charger separate. Yeah. If you already own the charger. Yeah. So I've got a few different battery tool, your battery powered tool systems. One is my Makita 18 volt. So, that's the impact driver. And so obviously the 18 volt battery on that. And so I've got several different Makita tools that operate on that 18 volt platform. And then I also use the Greenworks Pro 80 volt system. So like here's the blower that I have for that. And then, the batteries that they use. I don't really want to be running a whole bunch of different battery platforms. So those are the only two rechargeable battery platforms that I think I run on my tools. But yeah, batteries can be so much more convenient and sometimes not as much. Not worth it being on fixed income. Yeah. I mean, if you've got limited cash flow, then the corded tools are generally going to be a lot less expensive than the similarly powered battery tools. So you can handle, if you happen to use a few extension cords here and there. Actually, I'm going to back this off a little. Whoa, that is not any better. Yeah, that's just tipping all over the place. I think I'm done with the plane. So and that's okay. It's gotten a lot smoother than what it was before. So I'll just go back to the sander now. And look at all these shavings that I can use in my glue mixture. My homemade glue or homemade wood filler. All right, I'll put that away. And I'll scoot this back toward me. And there we go. All right, so we'll go back to the 80 grit random orbital sander, which means I need to get some ear protection back. Let me just verify that I'm close enough to the power source. All right. And Lab says the system I already have does not make a cordless router. He's having trouble deciding because I have to get into a second platform. Charged it, lasts about 4 hours if you're lucky. And you have. Only one I have is the Dremel. Yeah. Yeah, and I just picked up this corded Bauer rotary tool. I previously had the Warrior corded rotary tool kit. I guess there's the tool right there. But I didn't really have much success with that, and probably mostly user error, but figured I'd try for the Bauer, which is a variable speed instead of the single speed like the Warrior, and supposed to be a step up in quality. So he's corded more than battery operated, yeah. So if I'm going to buy a battery operated tool, I want it to be one of the platforms I already have, either the Makita or the Greenworks. But otherwise, I'll just get corded, which it's often not as convenient, but I don't have to worry about charging it, and as long as I've got a long enough extension cord, I'm good. So all right, vacuum back on, and then the sander back on. So prepare for some noise. Actually, before I do that, I'm just going to test. Yeah, that still has some life to it. I just tested to see how spent that is. Just compare it to a new sheet. Yeah, I think I'll switch it out. Not completely spent, but might as well get some better cutting there. And we'll use quarter more than battery. Yep. You have a order of battery, you got shipping and handling. That's true. That's true. They charge for everything. Oh, I don't know why, but I had it down to number 1. So I'm going to pump this up to 6 and see how much faster we go. All right, getting close. There's still a few spots in here that I can kind of see the ridges. Not nearly as obvious as it was earlier. Whoa! Stupid. So stupid. All right. Let me give you a look at the progress so far. So I can feel the little bit of the ridge there. Can't really feel that too much. I can see these marks here. Looks like there's one right here as well. But starting to look pretty smooth. Unlike the way I handled that sander as I knocked it over. Not very smooth, pelado. I'm not trying to discourage you all, just trying to tell you and learn from your mistakes. Yep. One tool, if I could afford, it would be a drill impact driver. More money, go freighter. Yep. Hey, Mike. Good to see you, man. Thanks for joining. Jose Claro Ramos. Thanks for being here, dude. We're just sanding away here. This sanding disc still has some life, so I'll keep going with it. We still have a bit more to go, like right there. The disappointing thing, I mean, I knew this was going to happen, but going from the plain to the 80 grit sandpaper over here felt so smooth earlier because of the planed surface. So, that's now rough, more rough, right? Because of it's an 80 grit rather than, I think I read that a planed surface is similar to like a 600 grit, but if you were to sand to 600 grit, but anyway, keep going here. Mike just woke up. Let's see, it's 2:27 in the morning here where I'm at. So just wanted to make sure I was still getting suction there, because I saw a fair amount of dust blowing out of here. So I want to make sure the dust is going in there and not everywhere. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, cabinet scraper. Um, yeah, I could use a scraper, but my scrapers suck. So I need to get better at sharpening my scrapers. Um, um, Plus, I was wanting to get some actual sawdust to be able to fill in all of these voids. Um, so we're getting pretty close, and I'm thinking I might have enough sawdust now to fill in my gaps for sawdust and shavings from the plane, the hand plane that I was using before. And I'm going to need to sand this again after I fill in the gaps and stuff. So I'm not sure that I need to really get to perfect state. Um, let's see, 327 where Lawrence is. 28, yeah, Mike's in Mountain Time Zone. Yeah. How is everyone? I'm doing pretty well. Lawrence is in Mississippi, Mississippi. I was in Indiana recently, and one of our Lyft drivers was from Mississippi. So I asked if he liked, there were so many S's in it, and he said that he preferred the P's. So, let's see. You've been to the crooked letter state. Is that what Mississippi is? I don't know that I've ever heard it referred to as the crooked letter state. Close to Natchez. The whole river is crooked. Come out here. Or the river. Okay, the whole river is crooked. Crooked letter state. Whole river is crooked. Oh, it's cooked. The whole river is cooked. The whole river. I don't know what a whole river is. Sorry, guys. I am. And then crooked. Okay, so you corrected it there. Little Father, Little County, Franklin, and let's see. Little County, Franklin, Mississippi. Lived in Lafayette, Louisiana for like 3 months. Franklin, been there. Go visit the USS Kidd. Okay. We drove through it, don't recall where. 3 hours. Okay, what am I making? Oh, I'm just, so this is a bench that I made a while back. So you can kind of see the legs that are hanging over the edge there and over that edge. So I've got a video out on the interwebs on my channel about this, but I can give you the quick version of the story. So my wife and I moved into this house 3.5 years ago, give or take, and I don't know, a year and a half or so ago, my wife and I were walking around the yard, and she was telling me all the things she hates about it, and which is great, love it, and what she wanted fixed or changed or whatever. And the last place we got to was the fireplace, or the fire pit. And I was a big fan of the fire pit. I'd had to build my own fire pit at our last place. This one already had one. And she's talking about how the fire pit's ugly. The bricks are, just like cement and not pretty and all that crap. And then she points out the log that was, there when we moved in. And, I was like, this is nice and rustic, right? It gives you the feel of being out in the woods by the fire pit. And she's like, it's ugly, can't stand it. And so I took my chainsaw and cut the log in slabs, 4 slabs, and this is one of them. And then I just took some firewood and made some mortise and tenons, and used the firewood for the legs. Put in some wood filler in all these voids up here because there was some rot to it and everything. So I filled it in and coated it with epoxy, and the colors just popped. It just looked awesome. And then I covered it with polyurethane and set it out. And the epoxy people told me it wasn't really intended for outdoor use because of the the UV rays would kind of kill the epoxy. But I figured having that polyurethane on it would protect it, and I was stupid. And so less than a year later, the polyurethane and epoxy were both having issues. Part of the problem was the wood must have still been wet, even though who knows how long the log had been sitting there. At least a couple of years from before I touched it, and could have been there for a long time before that. And so sap was coming up out of the top, breaking through the the epoxy and polyurethane layers. A bunch of sap was leaking from the bottom, and then just it got weathered and cloudy. The epoxy didn't pop anymore. It was just kind of this milky layer, and it's like doesn't look nearly as good. So I routed off that top layer, smoothed it out, evened it out. Before I used an electric hand plane, and I got it flat-ish, but with the router sled, got it much flatter. And so now I'm sanding it off. I want to use the shavings from the hand plane and the sand or the sawdust from the sanding to make a little mixture, glue mixture to fill in the gaps here, and then call it good. So, like I said, I'm going to have to sand this again after the wood filler dries, and so I'm not exactly that worried about these imperfections because I'm going to be sanding again later. So let me see how much sawdust I have collected so far. The Crooked Letter State, named by the Natchez Indians. Oh, okay. Now I see. Watching blasting. Okay. Thanks for being here, Tom. Okay. All right. So let's see how much sawdust I have collected so far. Not a lot. And let me see if I can give you a good angle. Not a ton of sawdust in there. But when combined with the shavings, I'm hoping that's enough to fill in all these little gaps. So let me find some kind of receptacle to put the sawdust in. Let me see if I've got some kind of paper bowl or something that I can grab from inside, because I don't think I have any good options in here, out here. Let's see. Okay. JB, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Okay, let me think. Receptacle in which I can mix some homemade wood filler. Let me look inside. If not a bowl, I'm sure I at least have a paper plate or something I can use. So it'll just be a moment. Clean off my shoes before I go in the house. And even though I haven't been particularly quiet with the machinery, now that I'm in the house, I'm going to try to be somewhat quiet so that I don't disturb anyone who might be trying to sleep. And I found some paper bowls. Oh. Alright. I found my bowls. Okay. And I'll just throw those over there for later. I've been using a lot of Original, which is not waterproof at all. So I'm going to go get some Type Bond 3 from inside. Let's see. That's 2. That's the 3. I wonder how long it's okay for this stuff to sit, because that's been in there for a while. I've been using the Original for quite a while and haven't really had occasion for the 3. So shake it up a bit and hopefully it works well. So I'm gonna try to make these shavings into not necessarily sawdust, but something a little more fine than shavings. So that I can jam them into the voids a little easier. One of the other nice things about using Type Bond 3 for this, in addition to its waterproofness, is that it's got a longer working time. So a lot of times when I'm making this wood filler, homemade wood filler, it gets, it starts hardening pretty quick. So if you don't have it mixed and positioned right away, you're somewhat out of luck. This should give me a little bit longer time to be able to work through things. I'm going to tear up some of these bigger chunks. I don't know if this is going to be enough to fill all of these voids, but we're trying, right? All right. So, got what I can work with there. And got some sawdust I can work with here. So I'm going to put some here, some sawdust, and I'm going to put on some thick gloves before I start mixing. Not because thick gloves are better than thin gloves, but just because thick gloves is what I have out here. I actually prefer a thinner glove that's easier to get on and off. Okay. Michael Wilson, hey, good to see you, man. Shouldn't I be asleep right now? Probably. My sleep schedule's a little weird. Use dust from the sander for this. Yep, that's what this dust is that I just added in. So got a little of both. So I did some planing and then some sanding. So we'll try to throw in a little of both. And hopefully that gives me a little bit more wood-like appearance for the many spots that I'm having to fill, many voids I've got to fill in this log. So got some deep stuff here, stuff over here that I previously filled with just a wood filler that looks pretty nasty, and a bunch of stuff over here that I also previously filled with wood filler. So when I made it the first time. So, all right, let's see, let me get something to mix it with. That should work. All right, gonna need more glue than that. All right, let's see if that works for any of this. I'm hoping that by using not just the sawdust, but also the wood shavings, that it will give more of a wood grain look instead of just a wood filler look, because there's so many spots on here that need filling. When I used just the regular wood filler, I thought it looked pretty eh. All right, and now I want to fill it up so that I've got the void completely filled, but I also don't want to fill it too high so that it's makes sanding off later a pain. All right. So I think that was relatively successful. I've got, I think the two largest voids pretty much filled now. And then there's a bunch of smaller stuff. That's still somewhat sizable. Some stuff over here. Right here. All right. What do you guys think? Is that going to work for me? Just from the sander. Yep. Okay. So do another round here. Oh, there's my sawdust. I need a little bit more. So many voids in this thing. All right, so that's pretty much all of the big voids pretty much all filled now. But there's a bunch of smaller stuff that I think I can do mostly with just the sawdust, not having to add in the shavings. I've got a little bit more void in here that I need to fill as well. So I'm going to continue to use the shavings that are already in there, but let me add the sawdust. So I'm getting a more consistent mixture. So many voids. Where are the rest of the voids? Oh, there's some over here. All right. I think I've got most of the voids filled in here. Maybe not particularly well, but we'll see how that goes. Now, I want to let this dry a little bit, but not completely, because I want to sand before the glue is completely dry and completely cured, because I'm hoping that whatever sawdust I get from sanding this will kind of fill in whatever other voids we might have. So I'm not sure how long I need to wait to start sanding. I don't want to rip all of these out of the voids. I just want to whatever sanding dust comes out to help fill in, smooth out anything that I didn't smooth out particularly well before. So, have any of you guys done that before? Again, I'm using Type Bond 3. And the places that I did first are feeling in some cases pretty dry already. So I don't want to wait too long and have it not work, but I also don't want to reverse what I have accomplished, if anything. All right. What finish am I going to use? All right, so my epoxy slash polyurethane did not work particularly well the last time. So I talked with a bunch of people who should know. And the consensus answer I got was that I should use a penetrating oil finish. I'll have to reapply the oil each year, but it should give a better result than what I got from the epoxy slash polyurethane. So that's the plan. I'm not planning to put any stain on it. Otherwise, all of this glue mixture would probably, make it so the stain, so it wouldn't accept the stain very well. But I would have the same problem with a filler. So anyway, that's my current plan, is using a penetrating oil. I'm not sure which penetrating oil yet, but that's the plan. Some solid wood rubbing. Why, thank you, wonderful fantasy world. Hey, Fusion Rocket. Good to see you. Let's think. Go with walrus tongue oil. Okay, walrus tongue oil. Is that pretty readily available, or is that a unique product? I'm not a penetrating oil connoisseur, so let me know what that's something that's easily available, or am I going to have to search high and low and pay arm and legs for that? I think I'll put my Flight Bond 3 over there. My shavings and sawdust over here. Yeah, so that's still got some wetness to it. I think I'm going to try sanding over here now, just and see what it does, because that's what I did first. So it's been sitting the longest, but it also has the deepest voids. So this could be a mistake, but it's my mistake. So in the meantime, I'm going to pour the rest of my sawdust out into, so I've got a plywood ring that I keep in the canister in the bucket so that it doesn't, otherwise the suction from the shop vac collapses this bucket. So I just use a little plywood ring as a brace, an internal brace, to prevent that from happening. All right, so here's my project-specific sawdust, and then I'll just put the brace back in. And put my cyclone separator back together. So this is the Dust Stopper Pro, I think. And one of the improvements of the Pro versus the regular or original Dust Stopper is this little gasket that fits in here so you don't lose as much suction power. And then another improvement is these little clips. So instead of, I think it just clips on, or I think it just secures on like a regular bucket lid on the dust copper, whereas the Pro has these little clips that make it a little easier to put on and off, take on and off. Looks like my suction from the vacuum got disconnected. We'll reconnect that. And let's see. Hey, Cedar, how you doing? Let's see. Rockler has Woodcraft and Amazon. Okay, what are we talking about? Oh, Walrus, the Walrus tongue oil. Okay. Rockler has Woodcraft. Amazon. Okay. It's readily available. Has no additive. Okay. Yeah, I've got a hardwood supply store like within like half a mile of me. So that's where I like to go for most of my woodworking specific stuff. But let's see. That gives us a good enough view. All right. So I'm going to try sanding just right in this area that I did first and see if it's too early and if it's a mistake. Yeah, it's probably too early. Now I've got some small voids there. I disconnected the vacuum thinking if I want the sanding to stay there, then I don't want to suction it away, but probably better to suction anyway. Let me keep going. Okay. All right. Looking at the dream, got that wall down. Sweet. The blending, yeah, kind of. Just filled in some voids with sawdust and shavings mixture. Not entirely pleased with how it came out. Um, there's a bunch of stuff like in here that see if I can give you a little bit better view. This is stuff I filled with wood filler a while back, and I didn't really care for the look of it, so I was trying to do something a little bit different. And so, like over here, this is the deepest voids that I filled. I used I used the wood plane, the hand plane, to clear off some shavings, and then kind of ground up those shavings and mixed it with sawdust and glue and filled in. And so you can see there's some lighter color, some darker color, but the lighter color is not. It's just kind of speckled instead of kind of a wood grain look. So it's a little bit more visually interesting, I guess, than just these dark areas from before. But little disappointed. I was hoping to look better than that. So anyway, just kind of sanding all of that off. And I did sand a little too early because several of these voids, I ended up popping the glue out, or the glue and sawdust mixture. And I think in some of these I might have pulled out the filler that I put in way, the first time I was doing this. But live and learn. So now I'm debating with myself whether I want to try and go back and fill in these voids, or just say these voids were meant to stay voided. So I can move on to the next step, which is fully sanding and then going down in the grits, I guess. I'm probably like, what's the best grit to go to with penetrating oil? So I know a lot of people like to go to like 220 with their stain and finish before staining and finishing and everything, but I've read that 120 is as high as you should go on the grits for some finishes, and 180 for others. I know some people like to go to at least 220 and then on up. But what do you guys think for a penetrating oil finish? What do you think would be the best? Let's see. Filling voids, cool, figured. Yep. And the miter slots to accommodate the sleds runners. Hopefully, I do the third glue up tonight. Cool. Goes smooth. Yeah, me too. How's the fam? My family's doing pretty well. If you're asking about my family, let's see. There we go. I was in Indiana with my wife this past week. She was doing her. It's supposed to be the 6-month checkup, but her 5-month checkup after her kidney transplant. So things are going pretty well on that front. Had to make a few adjustments, so we'll see how those go. But for the most part, she's feeling obviously way better than she was before the transplant. So we're happy with that. And then kids are doing well. My son is working and taking classes in college, and then my 2 daughters are in high school and starting their 2nd semester, and one of them's getting close to graduation. She's a senior, the other a junior, so doing pretty well. Let's see. Yeah, it's doubtful we got this. Awful early morning. Yeah, early morning. That's what this is. Yeah, it's an early morning. Let's see. All is well, much love. 505 Central. Yep. Yeah, it is 4:13 Mountain Time. So, been live for almost 3 hours. Let's see here. Okay, I'm messing up my chat here. Okay. Live for almost 3 hours. Okay. Natural dust and glue. Yep. Used fine or chunkier dust. Yeah. So I used. So I pulled some sawdust out from the cyclone separator, but then I also used this shavings from hand plane that I then just kind of crumpled up or crumbled up, I guess, try to make it a little bit thinner and smaller. What I should have done probably if I wanted to get the wood grain look was, take some of those smaller strips and kind of set them in there and then fill around them with dust. But who has time for that, right? I used the crap bag that came with to catch sanding dust off the board. Yeah, so I just have a hose set up to or connected to my cyclone separator, which is connected to the shop vac. So it's not the best setup, but it works pretty well for me. Yeah, the dust collection bag that comes with the sander, that's pretty much useless. So yeah, 180 to 220. Okay, don't quote me. Something about burnishing. Yeah. Prayers. Hey, thank you, Lawrence. Appreciate it. Saw you were at it early. Yeah. Collect some blending dust. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So I emptied out my cyclone separator before I started. And so everything that's being collected in there is from this workpiece. So that's where I got all of this fine dust. Fine as in small particles, not fine as in, ooh, that's fine dust. So, but I mean, really, it is some pretty fine dust, if you know what I mean. All right. You should see my bag. Let's do. Yeah. How often do you empty that? Because I'm guessing that it gets pretty full pretty quickly. I didn't have a ton of sanding dust in my cyclone separator, but I didn't really sand for very long on here. I did more with the hand plane, I think. But yeah, this is going pretty smooth. And there definitely are some voids still, but I think they're small enough that I'm going to ignore them. Well, just as I say that, I come across one that I'm like, that might leave some slivers eventually. So maybe I need to address that. So come back over here and let me get my gloves back on. We'll refill some of those spots. And I'll try to be more patient this time. Patience is not my strong suit. Type bond 3. And where to put my mix-in stick. There we go. So part of my problem is that I was too impatient earlier. I was just thinking that maybe I don't need as much patience this time because the voids that I'm filling now are for the most part much smaller than what I was filling before. So they should dry a lot faster. So I shouldn't need to be as patient, right? And it just really shove this mixture into any gaps. Just press it in there. For those of you who weren't here at the beginning, this is a bench that I made from a log that was on our property when we first bought the house out by the fire pit. My wife told me she thought the log looked ugly, even though I thought it looked quite nice with the, giving it the rustic outdoor appearance. Log by the fire. So decided to turn the log into some more formal seating. So I cut it into slabs and made 4 benches. This is the largest of the 4. And then I did a bunch of stuff on it that maybe not the best, which is why I'm redoing it now with probably more techniques that are not the best. But you live and learn, right? Right now, just trying to fill in the voids again. Once this sawdust and glue mixture dries a little bit, I will sand and try to get all of these voids filled and looking nice-ish. So we'll sand it with 180, or sand it with 80, and then 120, and then maybe 180, and then finish it with some penetrating oil. All right. So I want to fill the voids, but I don't want to leave a lot of excess to dry and harden and make sanding that much more difficult. That's why I'm trying to kind of gently rub off a lot of the excess. But I want to be careful not to remove too big of chunks that dig into the actual void. Now, it could be that the reason that I had so many issues with the last round is that maybe by the time I was applying the last bits, maybe my glue was not wet enough anymore. And so maybe I had a bit of a glob that I could form, but that it didn't have enough glue in it to adhere to the wood in the void. And that might be the case with this part that I've just put down right here, but we'll see. All right. I prefer gloves that are easier to put on and take off. All right. Let me catch up on the chat here. Not often enough. Yeah. I'm gonna take off. Have a great day. Hey, Lauren, thanks for being here. You're already gone. Sorry, but thanks for coming in and spending so much time with us. Have a great day or evening, wherever you may be. Amen, brother. CST, yeah, you too. Hey, like the way you rub that wood. Hey, I can rub wood as well as anybody. So you can, you want to learn some new wood rubbing techniques, Cedar? Is that what you want? We've got the back and forth. We've got the circular. Got the side to side. Diagonal. Got the loop to loop. So all sorts of wood rubs. So, Hey, Cedar, you mentioned earlier that you need to put some. I think you were saying you need to put um, some miter slots, some miter slot extensions. Is that what you're talking about? Is that for your table saw? Did you do a table saw sled or something else for your Milwaukee? Or maybe I'm misremembering what it was you said that you'd done or that you needed to do. So let me know in the chat what you've been up to and what you still need to do with it. Into the table for the crosscut sled. Okay, so you made a new crosscut sled, and you've got an outfeed table, I'm presuming, and need to put some miter slots into the outfeed table to accommodate the crosscut sled. Am I understanding that correctly? So let me show you my setup. Move the table saw over here and move it so that you can actually table saw. So this is just a DeWalt job site saw. It's the 10-inch, and this is my crosscut sled. So what I like about the crosscut sled, it's made of MDF, so should be pretty flat. And this is a relatively arid climate, so I'm not really worried about water damage to the sled. Other places that are more humid, maybe MDF isn't the best material. Might want to use like a Baltic birch, plywood, something like that might keep its flatness better than MDF. But on this crosscut sled, I've got a double helping of MDF right here. I've got a triple helping right there for my blade guard, basically. And then I've got a stop block right there, and it runs with a match fit hardware. So I've just got a dovetail groove that I routed into this, and so then I can use my stop block and then just tighten it down wherever. And and I've got it offset so that on this side I've got over 16 inches of capacity. Although if I want to use the stop block, really I'm closer to 15 and a half or 15 and 3/4 probably as the maximum that I can effectively use the stop block. We've got a video on the channel about this guy and how I set the set it to be 90 degrees here, set it to be square without having to use the 5-cut method or whatever it is. And then as far as the table saw itself, like I said, it's just the DeWalt. I built a little cart for it so that it's easily mobile. And before I turn it around, I should show you. Part of the design for the cart was to accommodate the dust collection. So I've got the dust port here outputting to a cyclone separator with a bucket, which is then connected to a small shop vac. So, and then those are connected to a little switch there. And so that allows me to, whenever I turn on the table saw, and so I'll show you a little bit there. So I'll just take my extension cord, plug it in wherever I need to plug it in, and this little switch makes it so whenever I turn on the table saw, the shop vac automatically comes on too. So I'm a big fan of that. So I don't have to worry about connecting it to the shop vac or anything. So anyway, this is just a like I said, the DeWalt job site table saw. And I've got my own throat plates that I've made for it. I've got some videos about the throat plates as well, including some really stupid stuff I did. So if you want to see Hey Lotto doing stupid things, well, probably you can just watch any of my videos, but the throat plate one in particular. So the things I like about the DeWalt that are better than the Craftsman 113 that we were talking about on Mike's Live, is number one, it's got the rack and pinion set up here. So I can adjust my fence and it stays in square. And next thing is the dust collection. So it's got the dust port with the dust collection on it. And then another big thing is the riving knife. So you can see the riving knife or separator or whatever it's called right behind the blade. The Craftsman 113 does not have that. And I had the previous version of this. So this is the 7, let me look, be sure. It's the 7491. Yeah, I think so, 7491. So I think it's the current model, although I got this one very used for very cheap. And so the model before this, it had the riving knife or separator or whatever, but I think it kind of stayed in a standard position. So if I wanted to do dados or something like that, I would have to remove it because he couldn't do a dado cut because this would be in the way. I really like that this adjusts with the blade up or down. So it's no higher than the blade is at any given time. So anyway, a few of the things that I prefer about this table saw versus the 113 that Mike and I were telling you about the other day. And I'm not sure how that compares to your Milwaukee. But one of the things that I really like about the crosscut sled is that I know the MDF is flat, whereas this is a very used table saw. I got it from a cabinet shop in town that was, getting rid of all of their DeWalts and moving to SawStop. So even though it's a relatively new model, it's the model that's still being sold. It got a lot of use, a lot of abuse. And so, I tried flattening the top here, but it's still not very flat. But this is. So whenever I'm, making a cut, I prefer doing it on there. So anyway, let's bring it back over here. So let me check in here. All right. Into the table for the crosscut sled, have the runners on, need to put the fences on, and one more slot in the outfit table. Yeah, my big brother saw. What do you mean your big brother saw? And cedar, used oak for runners. Okay. Soaked it in paste wax. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to have the bottoms of those, very, very paste waxed. Band-aid, my oak sled warped after a year of working out the back of my van. Oh, okay. Wish I had got a couple of shop backs instead of the dust collector. Yeah, I mean, it varies, right? As far as, a dust collector is probably better for some things. For this particular table saw, it comes with the 2.5-inch output, and they say if your output from your for your dust collection is 2.5 inches, then probably you're better off using a shop vac than a dust collector. But if you do it right, you can downsize it, and the dust collector works just as well, if not better. But yeah, I like not having to connect this to the dust collection, because most of my other stuff, my sander, obviously, and the system I use is the Centec system. So, you can see that it just clips in like that. So it's relatively easy. Obviously, if you're just friction fitting it, then it's not hard to friction fit. But I like that this locks in, so that I don't have to worry about, for the most part, I don't have to worry about it pulling out. Similar deal on my bandsaw here. So let's see if it's in the picture here. So I've just got a little adapter that I made out of a plastic bottle, and so then it fits in there, right? And so, and because it's so low, sometimes it's a little harder. And then I've got a similar setup with my miter saw. So connects back here like that. And so, between those tools, I'm always having to switch the hose, or connect the hose, or remember to connect the hose. Whereas with the table saw, it's nice to just start it and go, and not have to worry about connecting it to suction. With my planer, I actually have a dust extractor for that. It has the 4-inch hose rather than the 2.5. And then the jointer has I think it might actually be smaller than 2.5-inch on that. Maybe it is 2.5, but one of these days I want to make a cart for my planer, because right now it just lives down here under the bench. And so I would like to make a cart. Oh, I just saw that it was, apparently I needed to reconnect. So I'm not sure how long I was gone for, but I was just pointing out the planer that I have down here. I use the dust extractor for that. And the jointer is a 2.5 or close to a 2.5-inch connector. So I use the shop vac for that. But one of these days I want to build a cart for the planer, because right now it's living under my workbench, and I would like to not have to pull it out, lug it around, move it around, connect the dust extractor and everything. So I want a cart that has the dust extractor down below, similar to my shop or my table saw setup with the vacuum and cyclone separator. But with the dust extractor, I'm not going to worry about a cyclone separator. And so I'll have the cyclone separator. I'll have the I'll have the dust extractor down below. I have the planer up above, and I'm thinking to also put the jointer on that cart, and maybe have it so that I can connect the dust extractor up to either one, but still thinking through how that's going to work. So cord yuck. Mine can go anywhere. Yeah. So you're using the battery powered. Yeah. Battery powered is great. With a table saw, I think that would drain the power pretty quickly on a battery. So for me, I can plug it in and go nonstop and not have to worry about, battery usage. I'm not taking my table saw anywhere. It came with a stand, that, I can, set it up or, fold it up and roll it around and take it somewhere. Like I'm not taking it anywhere, right? I'm not going to a job site. So I'm doing all of my stuff, right here in my little shop. And so I just sold the stand that it came on and built my own little cart that made sense for what I wanted to do. So that's great that yours can go anywhere. And then, like I said, I don't really need it to be battery powered. I've got outlets available here, so all good. Let's see. Made your throat plate for the dado set out of cherry. Nice. Yeah, mine is just what is that made out of? Oh, I think it's just plywood. Let me think here. Yeah, it's just my throat plates are just made out of a plywood. So I don't know if maybe that gives you enough light to see, but yeah. Although I guess I could make them out of cherry because I've got a bunch of cherry wood over here that I milled up a while back, but I'm not sure that I've got anything wide enough for a throat plate. Most of them are similar to that width, but I could definitely laminate some together and make a throat plate that way. Have to resaw them to make them thin enough, but that's a possibility. But since I've already got the plywood versions, I'm not probably going to worry about making that out of cherry for now. Let's see. Oh, that's not good. What are you saying is not good? Definitely with construction lumber. And the same saw, just 8.25. I thought, Cedar, I thought you said you had the Milwaukee. Do you have the DeWalt 8.25 inch? Yeah, I thought it was the. I thought you said you had the Milwaukee 8.25 inch. Am I forgetting or misremembering that? And battery, it's a cool bench. Here's the planer jointer. Need that. I use a hose clamp. Okay, yeah, put the bag back in my miter. It was just pointless. Yeah, yeah. The bag on the miter saw is not useful either. It's similar to the little bag on the sander. Doesn't really capture much. Let's see, what else did you say here? All right, so you need that. Maybe you're talking about the suction on the miter saw. My little Ryobi jointer. Yeah, my jointer is probably pretty similar to your Ryobi. It's a Porter cable, 6-inch wide. It's maybe, the bed's maybe that long. So it's not a huge, great jointer or anything, but I got it for very cheap. So, the poor guy lives on the floor. Yep, same for me. It's right over next in the corner next to the planer. So, and I was mobile at the time, nomadic of sorts. Yep. The cutoff, burning a hole in my pocket. You got a cutoff, burning a hole in your pocket. Milwaukee 8 1/4. Well, it makes an 8 1/4 battery. Okay, so you have the Milwaukee 8 1/4. You're saying DeWalt makes the 8 1/4 table saw with battery? Is that the one you have, or you have the Milwaukee 8 1/4 inch, or do you have both? Which seems what I'm looking for. Not sure why you would need both. Yes, you have the Milwaukee. Okay, you have the Milwaukee. You don't have the DeWalt, either the 8 1/4 or the 10-inch. My buddy has. Okay, your buddy has the DeWalt. Gotcha. Okay. And when you say your buddy, are you talking about me? So, all right. So I've kind of just been waiting for this to dry a little bit so that I could sand again, because I want to wait long enough that it's somewhat dry, but not so long that it's all the way dry and cured. But I think I need to wait a little longer than this. Okay. I don't want it to be really hard to sand, especially this stuff over here that I've built up pretty high, much higher than I needed. Over here, it's not too terrible. That one's a little higher, but over here and some of this is a little higher. So it should be fun to sand. That's not too bad. Not too smooth. Not too bad. And yes, buddy. Yeah. On the platform already. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. So is your Milwaukee a battery powered? Is that what you were saying? Your Milwaukee 8 1/4 inch is a battery powered table saw? Need to fire up this router and get this done. Doing it by hand, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean that makes sense. Do you still need to be mobile with your table saw, or you're doing everything from the shop now? If you still need to be mobile, then yeah, the battery powered makes a lot of sense. Although, you can still be mobile with a plug-in table saw. Most of the time there's going to be power where you would need to use it. But I would think, no, not anymore. Okay. It's a good saw. Oh yeah, I'm sure it is. Does the Milwaukee have the rack and pinion setup, or is it something similar for keeping the fence square to the blade? That was one thing with the table saw before I had either of the DeWalts. I had this old, what was it? It was a Delta, this old Delta table saw, and it did not have a rack and pinion setup. And so it was one of those that you just kind of clamp down. But if you slide it back and forth, it doesn't stay square, right? And so you have to really double check every time you're positioning the fence, which, like, how exhausting. So yeah, oh, it's the same saw, different color. Oh, okay. So basically, the Milwaukee is the same as the DeWalt, huh? Huh. I would have thought that they would be different because I think they come from, I think their parent companies are different, but I don't know. 12 to their 8.25-inch battery. Okay. All right. Well, I'm growing impatient. So I want to see how well this is going to do. So I'm going to try to sand the spots that are a little bit lower and give a little bit more time for some of these that are bulged up a little higher. So let me get my hearing protection back on. Get the hose for the shot back reconnected to the sander. That sandpaper is probably fine still. And here we go. It still seems to have a little bit of grit to it, but let's go with something. Okay. Oh my goodness. What in the world? Calvin, what are you doing, man? Thank you. That is so sweet of you. Let's see. Um, uh, Sophia, thanks for being here. Are we live? In the flesh, man, in the flesh. Nice slab, thanks. This is a bench. Let me take these off. This is a bench that I made out of a log that was on the property. You can kind of see the rustic legs. And they're just made from some pieces of firewood. The log was on our property when we bought the place, out by the fire pit, and my wife decided that she didn't like it, thought it was ugly, and so anyway, those are the legs, and back over here. So I made it into a bench poorly. And so now I'm trying to do it better. Probably still have issues, but maybe a little bit better than it was before. Oh, you'll need to, Calvin, you'll need to rewind for when I was actually using the hand plane, believe it or not. But so yeah, don't do that too often, that's for sure. But in the zone, oh wow, jewels, New Year's Eve, wow, look at all these jewels, man. Let's see, maybe you'll see if he stops being boring, looks in the chat. Yeah, I've definitely been boring with the sanding going on. Audience wants you to talk to them. They're a button to scream. About to finish this miter slot so I can finish the board. Nice. I think it's sanded. Can you talk about it? I can talk about it. So I've filled in all these voids with a mixture of sawdust and shavings. And here's what it looked like after mixing with glue. And filled in a bunch of the voids and let it dry for a bit and then sanded. Didn't give quite the look that I was going for, because I had previously filled with just a wood filler, and so whoa, so like these strips here. So the log was a little bit rotted, and probably some insect damage, whatever, that caused all this. But most of this is the wood filler that I used a year and a half-ish ago when I first made this. And I didn't much care for that look. And so rather than using wood filler again, I ended up, when I made this before, I put in the wood filler and then covered it with epoxy and then polyurethane. And that did not weather well. And so a little while back, I got out the router sled and removed that layer and reflattened this guy. Whereas before I had just flattened it with an electric hand plane, or electric hand planer, maybe is the better term for it. But anyway, so took some layers off. That's in my live videos. If you go back and look, you can find it if you're that interested. But anyway, you can see this mixture of shavings and sawdust gives a little bit different look, but I'm not really that keen on it. But it's more of a speckled look rather than I was hoping for it to be more of the grain look, but it's not really what it did. But at least it's got more interest than just the dark color of what was there with the wood filler. So, all right, okay. Talk about it. Okay. Maybe start a live and actually acknowledge the audience. Old bench log was on property. Yep, when I bought it, showed up on time. Midnight. Oh, midnight, dude. That would have been way too early. Well, maybe midnight Eastern. No, midnight Eastern. It would have been super early. Midnight Mountain would have been early already still, but okay. I don't think you slept. Why would I sleep, Cedar? Sleep is so overrated. No, like I said earlier, my wife and I went to Indiana earlier this week for her checkup on our kidney transplant. Things are going pretty well there, but our sleep schedule got all out of whack. But to be honest, it was pretty much out of whack even before that. So yeah, I'm kind of off. Let's see. Love you anyway, Pelado. Oh, thank you, Calvin. Appreciate it. Love you too, man. The dark streaks are pitch. Okay, talking about the streaks in here, the dark streaks that aren't the wood filler. You mean? Pine borers, the insects that cause the damage. Pine borers. Yeah, is this pine? Do you think it did have sap? So that was one of the problems that I had after finishing it. Is it must not have been all that dry because sap bubbled up through the top. A lot of it drained from the bottom, and yeah, the polyurethane and epoxy ended up looking not nearly so nice. When I first put the epoxy on, it just really popped, and I was like, "Oh, this is incredible! This is awesome!" And then after it weathered for a while, I was like, it's not so good anymore. So kind of looks spalted, but it's pitch, I think. Yeah. Just need another similar slab for waterfall legs and put a 3 mortise on there. No risk. I actually do have a 3 mortise over here. Wasn't intending for it, and looks like this maybe the start of one there. No, probably not. That's probably just a different because my material is a little thinner over here, and so my mortise there has gone all the way through. The mortises, by the way, I did very poorly. This is one of the first woodworking projects I did. It was before I had the channel. So I'll show you how bad it looks. So I used a router to come in and dig out my mortise, and then use chisels and stuff to form my tenon. And when I glued it all together, I realized, oh, you know what? They're not very tight. And so I just used a glue and sawdust mixture and packed it all the way around each of the legs so that it wouldn't fall apart. But it's worked okay. And when I first made it, I didn't really worry too much about this bottom side. So it wasn't particularly flat. It's a lot more flat now because I've gone in with with an angle grinder and sanding disc and cleaned off a bunch of it. So still not all that flat or clean or anything, but more so than it was before. Yeah. After I got the top of it routed using my router sled, I flipped it over and routed the legs with the router sled so that it would actually sit flat on the ground. But you know, a little bit better now. Just need a similar slab for waterfall legs, through mortise. Speaking of a similar slab, I will be right back. Hopefully it's not too dark out here to be able to see. Oh, it's dark. Let's see here. See if I can find what I'm looking for without injuring myself. Here we go. Okay. And close the old door and lock it. All right. And let me see what the view is here. I'll just right there. So here's what it looks like before routing off. The epoxied and polyurethane surface. So that's one of the other 3. So there are 4 total that I got out of that log. Both of these 2 I did with the firewood legs. Like that. On this guy, especially on this side, my legs are too close together, and I should have had them angled out more because it's not particularly safe how it is. So I'm thinking I might just cut one or both of them off and just do a reconnect them using some dowels, but offsetting them, so they're angled, and maybe the same thing over there, probably the same thing over there. So I'd want it to be somewhat uniform. But anyway, then I've got 2 others that I used that are even worse as far as the legs, because I ran out of wood that was long enough and thick enough, and these are the 2 middle pieces of the log of the 2 slabs in the middle. The other 2 slabs are rounded on one end, and so I was concerned that I wouldn't have enough material to do my mortise in if I did this style of leg. But those ones are even less stable, so should have done something different. Okay. So, hey, Heather. Let's see here. Okay. No rest for the wicked. Yeah, that's me. The super early. Lalo, that's me. Good morning, Heather. Yes. It does look like pitch, pine, or a pitchy pine specimen. Those birch trunks or limbs. Yeah, I think this is birch. So what I was explaining before, because I wasn't sure what type of wood this was, what this log was. And so I was telling him before, the contractor, whoever built the house, I'm presuming, planted 2 trees really close to the front of the house, within a few feet. One of them was cut down before we moved in. The stump was remaining, and I have since removed the stump. But the other one is still there, and I want to remove it because it's so close to the house and everything. But it's a river birch. I'm presuming that the one that was removed was also a river birch. And the existence of these in the firewood pile makes me believe that probably it was a river birch that was cut down, and it would make sense then that this would have been river birch. That the log would have been river birch. Although the river birch that we have in the neighborhood, there's very prevalent in the neighborhood. It seems like it all splits pretty low down, so that the trunk ends up being 2 or 3 trunks, none of which are particularly wide. And so this guy was about 16 inches wide. So maybe it wasn't river birch, right? Maybe it was something else, but I think probably it was birch, but I don't know that this log was birch, especially since it seems to have characteristics of a pine, or maybe those are also characteristics of river birch. I don't know, but I haven't really noticed sap on the river birch. Again, I don't really pay that much attention to trees. So, okay. Appreciate all the eye contact. I'm almost finished. Dr. Glaze, you like a donut? Okay. Thanks, Declan Mias. I think they need to stop teaching the glue and sawdust filler method. Yeah. Hey, Delan. I'm gonna get that right one of these days. Good to see you, man. Good morning. Hefty bench. Yeah. It's pretty thick. Had I planned it out better, I might have cut it into more slabs that weren't quite so thick. But when I first started, I was using my I talked about the stump that I removed. I used that stump as an excuse to get this little battery-powered chainsaw. And I got this battery-powered chainsaw because I already had other items with this battery system. But what I found was that this did not cut very well. So I was working on it and working on it and working on it. And it was just taking forever to cut these slabs. Eventually, I went and got some new chains for the chainsaw. And all of a sudden, it started working really well. So then I was able to cut through it pretty quickly. But yeah, you can see I didn't cut it through very straight, because this one comes through and then kind of tilts that way, right? And then obviously I had the same issue with the other slab that was on that side. And then this guy, I think there was a lot of rot that I had to remove here, so that's part of why this side is a lot thinner than this side. But probably also because I wasn't cutting the slabs very straight. Okay, the cool drill bit that's the size of a soft ball that pencil cuts those tenons. Pair that with a Forstner bit and you have legs that fit pretty good. Yeah, nice. A drill bit that's the size of a softball that pencil cuts those tenons. Huh, cool. So is it a oh man, what am I trying to say? Like a hole cutting bit, like a hole saw. And so you just go down whatever with the hole saw and then maybe cut around, cut off the excess, or is it some other kind of bit to make those pencil pencil cuts, the tenons? Those Sugiban, angled out or braced. Yeah, mission accomplished. He's talking. Yeah. Yes. Sometimes I talk. Sometimes I talk too much. Sometimes I don't talk at all. Usually in the angle, slabs pine, the legs of birch. Okay, sweet. That makes sense because yeah, it's got what kind of bugs do you say that the I think it was pine something that caused the damage, but yeah, I wonder where the pine came from. Well, I mean, I talked to the prior owner, um, and she's not the one who owned the house when it was first built, but I think she bought it from the people who had it built. Um, but I was talking to her about pulling out that stump and about pulling out the willow tree. I've still got some willow over here that I need to start working with, and a bunch of willow out there that I need to do something with, and a bunch of willow in the wood pile for the fire pit that eventually I'll burn, but it doesn't burn that great, so not really that excited about burning the willow. But anyway, I was talking to her about having pulled out the willow, about wanting to pull out this river birch in the front, and she said that while she was here, they removed several trees. So it wouldn't surprise me if one of those was a pine that ended up partially in around the fire pit. So okay, so that's pine, legs of birch. Looks like a socket, but works like a pencil sharpener. Interesting. Okay. Cedar, it's a large heavy metal bit with two razors. Okay. Kind of shaped like a large crayon tip. Okay. Interesting. Looks like pine borers. Okay. So and you can see, so, well, maybe I did fill, looks like maybe I did fill those in, but, so here's the same kind of stuff as was on the other. And then you can see that there's a fair amount of rot as well. So, and some big voids there, here. So, not the most pristine log you've probably ever seen, but and I had to angle grind out a lot of rot that was right in here. So this used to be a wider a wider slab, which means it was even heavier. And this is not a light bench, so. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Okay. River birch is good against erosion. That could be. I don't know. Like I said, don't really know that much about trees. But anyway, so let me flip this guy back around. So since I was so impatient, if you go back, you'll see that I filled in twice and then sanded. And after the first time, I sanded a little too soon, probably, and ripped out some of the void filling that I'd done. And so then I filled some voids again and sanded again after a little while. And I pulled out some of the voids again, but not enough that I'm going to worry about. So right now it's been sanded to 80 grit. So I'm going to put my wedge back in here and sand to 120. I'm probably not going to be talking a lot during that. Hope that's okay, Calvin. But you are welcome to chat while I sand, and I will get back to the chat after I'm done with my 120, which shouldn't take nearly as long as my 80 grit. Ooh, looks like this is my last 120 up there. I might have to see if I've got some more or if I need to order more 120. All right. Some ear protection. And you can work with the rod, stabilize with an oiler. Trying to keep, just riffing, trying to keep what, Calvin? Trying to keep what? All right. As was pointed out earlier, I love to rub my wood. All right. Okay. Trying to keep your chat rate up. Oh, thanks. Got to run. Numbers look good. Like this video, chat. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, go ahead and hit the like button. I appreciate it. And See y'all later, Calvin. And okay, Elan. And yeah, so I think that's as much as I'm going to sand this guy. 120 feels good. So I'm planning to put some penetrating oil on it because that's what some people who purport to know told me I should do. So what penetrating oil do you think I should use? The someone earlier in chat, I think it was either Lawrence or Michael, maybe both, suggested that I use walrus tongue oil. If you have a preferred penetrating oil, let me know in the chat. Especially if you think it's something that would work really well for this, where it's going to be outdoors and subject to all sorts of heat, cold, sun, moon, stars, all the stuff. So, Cedar cleaning up a potato. Yeah, Dylan, Cedar's working on his outfeed table for his table saw. He's got a new crosscut sled, so he's cutting some dados into his outfeed table so that he can use the crosscut sled with the outfeed table in place. So, let's see, Calvin, tongue oil from a tree called tongue. Dylan said, I like tongue oil. Baby oil usually does the trick for me. Okay. Throw some baby oil on there. Sweet. So I will look for tongue or something else, and maybe some baby oil, and move on with this project. Otherwise, I think I'm pretty much done so far. So I'm going to disconnect the vacuum from the sander, wrap my vacuum hose up. If you have any questions, concerns, jokes, go ahead and throw them in the chat now before I sign off. And just gonna put stuff away here. One of the things that I really like about my shop now is that for the most part, there's a place for everything. So it used to be, before I built all of this out, that everything would just go on the workbench or shoved under the workbench. And then whenever I wanted to do anything, it's like, I wonder where that is. Like, it's really hard to find anything. And then there was no workspace to do anything with, even if I did find the tools that I wanted. So I really like having a place for everything now. Now, I don't quite have a place for everything. There's a bunch of stuff in the corner over here that's still using the same organization method that I used to use. But, it's much, much better than it used to be. So if you want to watch the shop tour video that I did a while back and kind of get a feel for what this space used to look like, and what I've done to change it. Like, have vacuum hoses that aren't wrapped properly and fall while I'm talking. That should work better. And what happened here? Looks like my okay, there we go. Not sure why, but my the laptop I'm using to monitor chat all of a sudden switched to something else. So, okay. Mineral oil. Okay. Hey, Wes. Good to see you, dude. Thanks for joining. Just been working on sanding the bench here for my fire pit and adding some glue and sawdust mixture to fill in some voids. So here's what it looks like now. I sanded it to 120. And it's got these rustic firewood legs on either side. And I'll try to heft this guy up again. Here's what it looked like before. So I made these with epoxy and polyurethane, but the weather not that great, and so yeah, cracking through right there and there, and so I re-leveled that with my router sled and filled in a bunch of the gaps. And this one's next. So Wes in the building, talking about how you grease your wood. Yeah. Oh, geez. I'm going live today. Fix your glue up shortly. Baby oil. Gotta watch this guy. Seriously though, so true. Think about it. Be on random lives all day. Now that your internet, is your internet down, Wes? And really beautiful wood. What is it? Great question. I was unaware. Calvin is opining that it is a pine of some kind. I don't remember if there was a specific pine, but that makes sense to me. But the legs we're pretty confident are river birch. Let's see. Hey, Magnet Fish Mama, thanks for being here. A pitchy pine. Yep. Pillows choose wood identification. Yeah, yeah, it's not my area of expertise for sure. Needs a wood identification book. Yeah, but what kind of tree should the wood identification book be made out of? Hey, Kenneth, thanks for joining us. Calvin's opining that it is pine and magnet. Yeah, so yes, pine probably, because yeah, it was pretty sappy, and not in an emotional kind of way. But yeah, it can work. Even without all of this cleaning up, it was working as a bench just fine for the most part. But yeah, I did have sap come through the top and the bottom. And once I resurfaced it, I tested to the moisture level, and it was still pretty high. I'm like, oh, so let me see what the moisture level's at now. So 13, 15, yeah, 15.7 is the highest I've seen so far. 14, 15. So I had it in my homemade kiln for a fair amount of time, and it didn't really seem to be making much of a difference, which is very frustrating. when I first made the kiln, I put some cherry wood in there, and the cherry was dry, dry enough to work with within like less than 2 weeks. And so I had this bench in there for probably a month or two, and it just wouldn't dry. I think part of the problem was that I needed to clean out the dehumidifier that I'm using as my heat source and water removal tool. So after I moved this out, because I had some maple that I wanted to dry, and I've already dried some of it. So just show you, here's the cherry that I dried a while ago. Here's the maple, the first batch of maple that I dried. So the cherry I had cut to 5/4 width or thickness, whatever, on the bandsaw. I couldn't cut this on my bandsaw because my bandsaw does not have a high enough resaw capacity. So I took it to a friend's place. He's got a bandsaw that'll do 13 and a half inches, I think. And so cut this to 6/4, and so dried it in the homemade kiln here. And it dried probably within 3 weeks. But what I did with the dehumidifier is it doesn't have a filter on it, or at least not a removable filter. And so I tried just vacuuming out the interior. And then after I'd vacuumed out as much as I could, I just got the air compressor and just blew it out as best I could. And then it worked pretty well for the maple. And now I've got a new batch of maple in there. It's been there for about a week, and almost exactly a week. And it's not quite dry enough yet. It's last I looked at it earlier today and earlier tonight, earlier yesterday. I don't know. And I think it was registering like 10% moisture, something along those lines. Okay. Whatever was. I haven't learned that yet. That's true. Beautiful cut. Thank you. Thank you, Coach. So yeah, this was just a log that was in my backyard when we moved in, and so I just cut it into slabs with my chainsaw and made it into a bench. And didn't do a great job at it, but it gives me an opportunity to correct what I did wrong now. So here I am correcting what I did wrong. So let's see what else we got going on. Is that the end of our chat? Okay. Oh, on a serious note, baby oil can be used in a pinch. It's mineral oil with fragrance. Okay. All right. Just in case, I don't know that I've got any baby oil, so I'm not going to worry about that. But yeah, I'll find some penetrating oil to put down on here, and hopefully I'll go live so that you all can see how the green pops when I put that penetrating oil on it. But all right, I think if there aren't any other questions, it's a very nice slab. Thank you. Thank you, Calvin. If there aren't any other questions, then I think I will sign out. I think I'm going on 5+ hours now, so I think I should probably get some sleep before church. Thank goodness church isn't until noon. So I've got almost 6 hours to rest up. Well, less than 6 hours because I have to get ready for church. But all right. Hey, everyone have a great day, a great Sabbath, and we'll see you all next time.